Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEHR study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEHR lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHR study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEH study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEH lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEH study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEH study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEH lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEH study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all of us. The Honorable Dean Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Raden Boyke Mulyana MPD. The Honorable Vice Dean Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Dian Budiana MPD. The Honorable Head of Physical Education Department, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Yudi Hendrayana MKes. The Honorable Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat MSI. The Honorable Chairwoman of Organizing of Committee Second ISPESH, Dr. Tite Juliantine MPD. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Associate Professor Yumit Dogan Ustun PhD, Associate Professor Dr. Yun Yudiana MPD, and Professor Dr. Hon Maklus. The Honorable all of lecturer and staff faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and also the audience and seminar participants. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the second international seminar on physical education, sport and health 2022. Let's say thanks to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, the Lord of the universe, who has given us His blessing and mercy, so that we can gather in this meeting with good condition and health. Amin. Ladies and gentlemen, here is I am Iqbal Gentar Alam as a Master of Ceremony will guide the second international seminar on physical education, health, sport and health, ISPESH 2022. We will starting our agenda, so let me explain the agenda schedule of this seminar. The first agenda is singing Indonesia Raya Anthem. The second agenda is prayers. The third agenda is greetings, which first greeting will be delivered by the chairman of organizing committee. The second greeting will be delivered by the head of the physical education, health and recreation study program. And the last greeting will be delivered by Dean of Faculty of Sport and Health Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The fourth agenda is a presentation followed by question and answer from our keynote speaker. And the fifth agenda is break for lunch and zuhur prayer. And the last agenda is parallel session. All blessed audience, let we start the first agenda is singing Indonesia Raya Anthem. For Kominfo HMP Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, the time and screen is yours. that will be led by Mr. Salman, MPD. Time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak, Ibu yang saya hormati, marilah sejenak kita tundukkan kepala, bermunajat kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala untuk memohon kelancaran dan keberkahan dalam segala aktivitas kita pada hari ini. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan nim'ahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li'adimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma Rabbana taqabbal minna salatana wa siyamana wa ruku'ana wa sujudana wa qudana wa tadaru'ana wa tashawwana wa tamin taqdirana. Ya Allah, ya Rabbal Alamin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Pada pagi hari ini kami berkumpul memohon keridhaan dan ampunan-Mu. Ampunilah segala dosa-dosa kami, dosa-dosa ibu bapa kami, dosa para pemimpin kami, dan dosa para guru-guru kami. Ya Rabb, dengan segala kerendahan hati, kami berharap ridho-Mu pada kegiatan hari ini. Atas kehendak dan izin-Mu, kami berkumpul pada kegiatan The Second International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health tahun 2022. Oleh sebab itu, bimbinglah kami ya Rabb, agar kelak kegiatan ini mendapatkan barokah-Mu dan menjadi jalan untuk mempererat tali silaturahmi serta thalabul ilmi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, sungguh besar asa kami kepadamu. Oleh karena itu, kami haturkan banyak terima kasih atas semua nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan, terutama nikmat iman, nikmat Islam, dan nikmat kesehatan. Bimbinglah kami agar kami tidak menjadi golongan orang yang kufur. Bimbinglah kami agar kami dapat terus ada di jalan-Mu, jalan yang lurus dan jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami meminta sebaik-baiknya permintaan, permohonan, keberhasilan, ilmu, amal, pahala, kehidupan, kematian, dan tetapkanlah kami dalam semua kebaikan. Beratkanlah timbangan kami, kokohkan iman kami, tinggikanlah derajat kami, terimalah sholat kami, ampunilah kesalahan-kesalahan kami, dan kesalahan memohon surga yang paling tinggi kepadamu. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wal afiatan fil jasad, wa ziyadatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizki, wa taubatan qoblal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut, wan najata minan nar, wal afwa hindal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da id hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmatan innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurratal a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya Allah ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Salman. The third agenda is greetings. First, report from the chairwoman of the organizing committee, second international seminar on physical education, sport and health. Dr. Haja Tita Juliantina, MPD. Time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I want to extend a big welcome to everyone, to distinguished guests, the Dean of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health, Professor Dr. Raden Boyke Mulyana, MPD, Vice Deans, heads of departments, heads of study program, or of faculty members of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health, especially the head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, MSc, keynote speakers, and all audience that joining us online. Good morning and welcome to the second International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank each of our speakers for taking part in this event. The quality of caliber of speakers this year is outstanding. I also want to thank of all you for connecting this morning. I hope you are looking forward to the discussion as much as I am. The second of ISPESH 2022 mainly aims to be platform a discussion for scientists, researchers, and practitioners in the field of physical education, sport, and health. The theme of this seminar is physical education, sport, and health in hybrid learning. There are 72 papers and 574 participants submit to our system. Ladies and gentlemen, the outcome of seminar will be published in Proceeding Journal of Physical Education for Secondary School, ISPESH, Universal Journal of Education Research, CINTA, and Sport and Scopus Index Journal. We do hope this seminar could contribute to the recognition of our institution, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank our fantastic speaker, Professor Mark Close from the University of Liège, Belgium, and Associate Professor Ümit Dogan from Mustafa Kemal University, Turkey, for giving their time and insight today. And I hope all of you watching enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the greeting. Next greeting, our welcoming speech from the Head of Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program, Dr. Yusuf Hidayat, Master of Science. Time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Dean and Vice Deans, all heads and Secretary of Department, all heads of study program, and keynote speakers of the seminar, distinguished guests, and all co-hosting from the university, industry, and professional organizations. Good morning, dear colleges, ladies and gentlemen, all faculty members of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health, the organizing committee, and our audience joining us online from around the world. Welcome to the second international seminar of Physical Education, Sport, and Health 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, my sincere gratitude goes to all of you, especially for the keynote speakers, Professor Mark Klaus, Associate Professor Umit Togan Ustun, and internal keynote speakers, Associate Professor Yun Yun Yudiana. We really appreciate your time and willingness to be the keynote speakers in this seminar. I would also deliver my gratitude to all the community members of the second ISPESH who have worked hard to host the seminar, all stakeholders and parties for endless support and assistance during the preparations of the seminar. All co-hosting Sari Ater Hot Spring Theater, Putra Sampurna Foundation, STKIP Pasundan Cimahi, the Faculty of Teacher Education and Educational Science, Universitas Majalengka, International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education, and the last, International Council of Sports Science and Physical Education. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar is annual event, and this is the second year that we are holding our major annual event in a hybrid format with no audience physically in the room. But this year, I'm speaking to you in a much more positive context, both in terms of the public health situation and the economic outlook. In accordance with the theme of the seminar, Physical Education, Sport, and Health in Hybrid Learning, we hope that this theme can inspire all of us, students, physical educators, coaches, researchers, and scientists to develop innovative and creative formulation related to hybrid learning in physical education and sport learning. Especially for overseas keynote speakers, we hope that one day you will be able to attend directly on our beloved campus. And we also hope to develop cooperation in other fields, such as visiting lectures, partnership research, collaborate papers, summer camp, and so on. As the head of the study program, I would like to say welcome to all of you at the second international seminar of physical education, sport, and health. Finally, the Faculty of Sport, Education, and Health has facilitated this event, and it is now my very great pleasure and honor to welcome the Dean of the Faculty of Sport, Education, and Health, Professor Dr. Boy Kemuliana, MPD. Wassalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the greeting. The last greeting is opening speech from Dean of Sport and Health Education Faculty, Professor Dr. Raden Boyke Mulyana MPD. Time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this virtual event on the Second International Seminar of Physical Education, Sport and Health 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let us express our gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all of the graces and gifts that have been granted upon us all. I also wish to express my gratitude to all of the community members of this second ISPESH who have worked hard to host the seminar. As faculty leaders, we value this seminar as a forum for discussion, sharing of experience, and empirical evidence among scientists, researchers, and practitioners working in the fields of physical education, sport, and health. We believe that the seminar activity with the topic physical education, sport, and health in hybrid learning will be able to give a comprehensive understanding of the newest research, trends, and issues in the field of physical education, sport, and health that are emerging in many countries, particularly in middle of the COVID-19 pandemic that has lasted over the 2 years. We hope that the seminar will inspire and motivate practitioners, students, professors, and researchers to increase the quality and quantity of research in physical education, sport, and health. Ladies and gentlemen, to the keynote speakers, especially Professor Dr. Hon Mark Cloys from the Department of Sport and Rehabilitation Sciences, University of Leeds, Belgium, and Associate Professor Umit Daugan Ustum, PhD, from the Associate Professor, School of Physical Education and Sport, Hatay Mustafa Kemal University, Turkey. We appreciate your time and willingness to be the keynote speakers at the seminar. We hope that one day you will be able to attend directly in our beloved campus and develop cooperation in other fields such as visiting lectures, partnership research, collaborative papers, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Basmalah together, the second international seminar on education, sport, and health 2022 with the title Physical Education, Sport, and Health in Hybrid Learning is officially open. Finally, I hope that in the middle of this pandemic, we can all remain healthy and safe. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the greeting. And next agenda is our main agenda, which are waiting for. Presentation from the keynote speaker. The first lecture will be presenting by Associate Professor Dr. Yun Yun Yudiana, MPD, and second lecture by Associate Professor Umit Dogan Ustun, PhD, with moderator and translator Dr. Kurnia Wijayanti, MKM, PhD. Before we start, let me introduce our moderator briefly. Kurnia Wijayanti is a medical doctor and lecturer at Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia since 2008. Her research interests include health promotion and health education. She has written several articles in behavioral aspect of cervical cancer prevention in Indonesia. Graduated from School of Medicine and received her MPH from Universitas Pajajaran in Indonesia. She just finished her PhD in the School of Medicine, University of Wollongong, Australia. To Dr. Kurnia, time and screen is yours.
Oke, bisa terdengar jelas? Bisa? Oke.
Satu, dua, tiga, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Iqbal. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In today's seminar, we will have 3 keynote speakers. Each speaker will have 45 minutes to deliver their presentation, following by 15 minutes of Q&A session. So if you have any questions, you can write it in the chat platform or raise your hands after the keynote speakers finish their presentation. Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu peserta, panitia maupun pembicara. Pada seminar kali ini kita kedatangan 3 pembicara yang akan mempresentasikan materi mereka secara berurutan. Masing-masing pembicara akan diberikan waktu 45 menit untuk presentasi dan langsung dilanjutkan oleh 15 menit sesi tanya jawab. Jadi apabila Bapak dan Ibu memiliki pertanyaan terkait dengan materi yang sedang diberikan oleh presenter tersebut, maka bisa ditulis di kolom chat atau bisa mengacungkan tangan setelah pembicara menyelesaikan presentasinya. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will welcome our first speaker, Dr. Yun Yudiana, who will deliver his presentation titled Physical Education and School Sports in the National Grade Sport Design Constellation, or DBON, Desain Besar Olahraga Nasional, Policy Perspective. Dr. Yun Yudiana is a senior lecturer in the Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Some of his teaching, research, and publications focus on physical education, sport pedagogy, and management of sport. He received his doctoral degree from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in 2010. Para hadirin, mari kita sambut pembicara pertama kita, Dr. Yun Yudiana. Beliau adalah dosen senior di program studi pendidikan jasmani, kesehatan, dan rekreasi Universitas Indonesia sejak 1990. Area pengajaran dan penelitian beliau meliputi pendidikan olahraga, sport pedagogi, dan manajemen olahraga. Beliau mendapatkan gelar doktor di bidang pendidikan olahraga dari Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia pada tahun 2010. Saat ini beliau juga aktif di organisasi KONI Jawa Barat. Silakan Pak Yun, waktu Bapak 45 menit.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya hormati Dekan FKUP, yang saya hormati para wakil dekan, para ketua departemen, ketua prodi di lingkungan FKUP, panitia seminar internasional, beserta jajarannya. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan oleh panitia kepada saya untuk menyampaikan materi ini, dan mohon izin saya menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia terkait dengan materi ini agar betul-betul saya mampu memahami dan tentunya juga audiens sebagian besar bisa memahami apa isi dari kebijakan desain besar olahraga nasional yang beberapa waktu yang lalu kami secara khusus saya menyampaikan hal ini di provinsi yang ada di Indonesia, dari mulai Sabang sampai Merauke, dan ini tentunya menjadi momen yang sangat baik di khususnya di prodi PJKR dan umumnya tentu ngalayak aktivis olahraga pendidikan secara khusus di seluruh Indonesia. Ada beberapa hal yang akan kami sampaikan terkait dengan bagaimana konstelasi desain besar olahraga nasional dalam konteks
pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Karena di dalam desain besar olahraga nasional difokuskan kepada tidak hanya olahraga pendidikan saja, ada olahraga rekreasi, ada olahraga prestasi, ada juga industri olahraga. Namun dalam hal ini terkait dengan olahraga pendidikan, saya akan mencoba seperti apa orientasi desain besar olahraga nasional dalam konteks olahraga pendidikan, khususnya pendidikan jasmani. Yang pertama, yaitu terkait dengan pengetahuan. Diharapkan melalui olahraga pendidikan, melalui pendidikan jasmani, pengetahuan tentang olahraga, aktivitas olahraga, kemudian manfaat olahraga betul-betul bisa dipahami oleh seluruh siswa, seluruh guru pendidikan jasmani terkait dengan orientasi pendidikan jasmani Karasan. Yang kedua, terkait dengan keterampilan. Orientasi pendidikan jasmani yang ada di desain besar olahraga nasional itu menyangkut keterampilan. Tidak hanya keterampilan gerak, juga ada keterampilan sosial yang berorientasi ke sana dari olahraga pendidikan jasmani. Termasuk juga kepribadian. Bagaimana kepribadian siswa melalui olahraga pendidikan bisa betul-betul dibentuk melalui olahraga pendidikan jasmani, betul-betul bisa atau mampu menanamkan kepribadian siswa menjadi pribadi yang positif. Termasuk juga terkait dengan kesehatan. Kita tahu semua, olahraga menjadi media di dalam pendidikan jasmani. Berbagai aktivitas menjadi media di dalam pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Kesehatan ini menjadi hasil yang utama dari anak atau siswa yang mengikuti pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Kita harapkan memperoleh kesehatan, sadar diri terkait dengan sehat pribadi dan lingkungan. Itu yang diarahkan di dalam desain besar olahraga, termasuk kebugaran. Kebugaran yang ada di sini terkait juga kebugaran dalam konteks health dan kebugaran dalam konteks skill. Kita mengarahkan kepada siswa bagaimana siswa menjadi bugar. Melalui media berbagai aktivitas olahraga dalam pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani, siswa bisa menjadi bugar. Ini orientasi desain besar olahraga nasional dalam konteks pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Lanjut. Kemudian seperti apa visi? Seperti apa visi pendidikan jasmani dalam konteks DBON? Visinya mengacu kepada visi secara keseluruhan desain besar olahraga nasional, yakni mewujudkan Indonesia bugar, berkarakter unggul dan berprestasi. Ini visi yang utama di dalam desain besar. Kemudian misinya seperti apa khusus untuk olahraga pendidikan, khusus untuk pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Mewujudkan peserta didik yang berpartisipasi aktif berolahraga pada satuan pendidikan agar memiliki karakter yang unggul, juga kecakapan gerak dan tingkat kebugaran jasmani. Itu misi yang utama. Kemudian prinsipnya ada prinsip MAS. Dalam konteks ini kita menyampaikan dalam prinsip MAS. MAS itu sebenarnya singkatan dari excellence, unggul, measurable, terukur, akuntabel, dapat dipertanggungjawabkan, sistematik, dan sustainability. Nah, prinsip desain besar olahraga nasional, khususnya di olahraga pendidikan, dalam konteks excellent atau unggul, itu seluruh program dan kegiatan yang dilaksanakan harus dengan upaya terbaik menghasilkan mutu tinggi. Diharapkan program-program di dalam pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga, khususnya di persekolahan, harus betul-betul memperoleh hasil yang bermutu. Yang berikutnya, measurable, terukur. Pelaksanaan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga harus dirancang dan dilakukan secara terukur, jelas targetnya, sasarannya, serta waktu pencapaian. Kemudian, dalam konteks prinsip akuntabel dapat dipertanggungjawabkan, ya, pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga harus betul-betul dilakukan sesuai dengan tugas dan fungsi kewenangan, serta dapat dipertanggungjawabkan sesuai dengan kelakaran perundang-undangan. Ini terkait dengan pertanggungjawaban. Karena apa? Nanti pelaksanaan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga, ada lembaga kementerian dan lembaga-lembaga lain yang akan mendukung terhadap pelaksanaan. Selanjutnya, prinsip yang keempat, sistematik dan sustainability. Sustainable, sistematis dan berkelanjutan. Program dan kegiatan harus dilaksanakan secara sistematis, konsisten, dan berkelanjutan pada semua tingkatan pelaksanaan. Baik di sekolah dasar, mau di sekolah menengah pertama, sekolah menengah atas, ya, atau SMK, termasuk juga di kalangan mahasiswa. Nah, kemudian bagaimana tujuan? Tujuan dari pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga dalam konteks desain besar olahraga nasional, yang pertama, meningkatkan budaya olahraga di masyarakat. Secara umum tujuannya konteksnya. Karena siswa di persekolahan itu menjadi bagian dari populasi masyarakat di kita. Kemudian yang kedua, meningkatkan kapasitas sinergitas dan produktivitas olahraga prestasi nasional. Kita tahu bagaimana prestasi olahraga di negara kita, di Indonesia, itu diperoleh tidak langsung siswa melakukan proses pelatihan, itu melalui klub dan organisasi olahraga. Tapi mereka diperoleh dari mana? Fakta yang kami peroleh bahwa atlet-atlet yang berprestasi di negara kita itu umumnya berangkat dari persekolahan. Umumnya berangkat dari persekolahan. Mengenal tentang berbagai aktivitas kecabangan olahraga diperoleh dalam proses pembelajaran di persekolahan. Nah, siapa yang mengarahkan di persekolahan? Ya guru pendidikan jasmani itu sendiri yang punya peran. Maka tujuan akhir dari desain besar olahraga nasional, di samping dari kapasitas, sinergitas, juga produktivitas olahraga di prestasi. Kemudian fungsinya konteks dalam pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga memberikan pedoman bagi pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah provinsi, pemerintah daerah kabupaten kota, organisasi olahraga, induk cabang olahraga, dunia usaha dan industri, akademisi, media, dan masyarakat dalam menyerap olahraga nasional, sehingga pengguna olahraga nasional dapat berjalan secara efektif, efisien, unggul, terukur, akuntabel, sistematis, dan berkelanjutan. Ini fungsi tidak hanya konteks dalam olahraga pendidikan, fungsinya menyeluruh, baik olahraga rekreasi maupun industri olahraga. Sasaran yang harus diperoleh dari pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga, yakni terwujudnya partisipasi siswa dan 3 kali seminggu dengan durasi waktu minimal 60 menit per pertemuan. Diharapkan pada tahun 2045 sebanyak 70% siswa dan mahasiswa berpartisipasi aktif olahraga. Sekarang jumlah siswa yang ada di Indonesia dari SD sampai SMA itu ada 24,33 juta siswa SD, SMP, SMA. Kemudian mahasiswa ada 8,956 juta. Artinya kalau digabung antara siswa dengan mahasiswa itu ada 33 siswa dan mahasiswa yang menjadi perhatian. Kalaulah tahun ini bisa mencapai 20% aja, itu sudah cukup banyak itu siswa dan mahasiswa yang memiliki tingkat kebugaran jasmani yang baik. Ya, lanjut. Bagaimana kebijakan, strategi, dan penyelenggaraan desain besar olahraga nasional, khususnya pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Kebijakannya bagaimana? Yang pernah kita alami itu sebelum masuk sekolah, anak-anak itu diaktifkan terlebih dahulu melalui aktivitas senam kesegaran jasmani. Antara 15 sampai 30 menit. Dan dengan kebijakan ini, tahun-tahun sekarang dan tahun yang saya akan datang, akan seperti itu. Para siswa sekolah dasar, SMP, dan SMA sebelum masuk kelas diberi aktivitas jasmani terlebih dahulu. Itu berupa senam kebugaran jasmani. Ini rencana terkait dengan ke depan. Dalam rangka apa? Dalam rangka bagaimana kita mengaktifkan olahraga para siswa. Termasuk juga dengan begitu dia terangsang, dia termotivasi untuk melakukan aktivitas-aktivitas olahraga lainnya. Sehingga tingkat kebugaran jasmani siswa tetap terjaga. Nah, strateginya apa? Ya, penambahan jam pelajaran pendidikan jasmani. Ya. Kemudian pemasalan kesegaran jasmani, senam kesegaran jasmani, aktivitas fisik dan metode dan media pelajaran yang menarik. Tentunya itu. Ya. Agar siswa ini bergairah dalam pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani, tentunya metode dan media pembelajaran harus betul-betul bisa menarik, menyenangkan. Ya, di samping seorang guru, seorang pendidik harus inovatif dan kreatif serta kolaboratif dalam pelaksanaan pendidikan jasmani, juga bagaimana menciptakan suasana yang menyenangkan dalam pembelajaran. Itu sebagai strategi. Dan itu tercantum dalam desain besar olahraga nasional arahnya seperti itu. Kemudian penyelenggaraan, bagaimana penyelenggaraannya dalam konteks desain besar olahraga nasional. Dari mulai perencanaan apa yang akan direncanakan, kegiatan-kegiatan apa dalam pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga di persekolahan itu betul-betul tertata. Betul-betul terencana, terprogram dengan baik. Ya. Nah, kemudian ada supervisi. Nah, supervisi ini ya kita mengadakan supervisi. Para ahli akan masuk di situ dalam rangka bagaimana memberikan sebaran pengetahuan, sebaran ilmu terkait dengan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Nah, kemudian dalam pelaksanaan desain besar olahraga nasional, tidak hanya konteks lembaga, keterlibatan kementerian dan lembaga. Dalam hal ini Kementerian Pendidikan, Budaya dan Pendidikan, Kemendikbud, Kemenpora, juga kementerian-kementerian lain terkait dengan pelaksanaan olahraga pendidikan. Maka dalam konteks desain besar olahraga nasional ini pendidikan olahraga dan jasmani, pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga itu dalam konteks penyelenggaraannya melibatkan beberapa menteri dan lembaga. Karena tidak hanya Kemendikbud saja, Kementerian Agama juga ada. Kementerian-kementerian lain, karena pendidikan jasmani itu luas. Ya, lanjut. Bagaimana peta jalan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga dalam konteks desain besar olahraga nasional? Ada 5 tahap. Tahap pertama itu tahun 2021 sampai 2024. Tahap pertama. Yaitu tahap pembangunan. Lebih difokuskan kepada pembangunan fondasi penyelenggaraan desain besar olahraga pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga melalui penguatan regulasi, penyusunan norma, standar prosedur dan kriteria. Tahun-tahun ini tahap pertama. Ya. Kemudian tahap kedua yaitu 2025 sampai 2029 itu mengarah kepada tahap penguatan. Bagaimana pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga yang terbangun pada tahap 1 secara sistematis berjenjang dari tingkat daerah ke tingkat nasional. Ya, pembinaan dan pengembangannya kita jenjangkan dari tingkat daerah, kota kabupaten, bahkan di tingkat desa, kecamatan, kota kabupaten, provinsi dan nasional. Ini 2025 saudara. Kemudian tahap 3 tahun 2030 sampai 2034 tahapan pengembangan. Jadi keberlangsungan di tahap kedua melalui inovasi pendidikan dan pengembangan olahraga. Ya, pendidikan khususnya pendidikan jasmani lebih kepada berbasiskan iptek olahraga. Walaupun sekarang sudah melaksanakan ilmu pengetahuan teknologi dan olahraga sudah. Hanya di tahun 2030 dan 2034 harus lebih kuat lagi nilai-nilai ilmu pengetahuan teknologi dan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi olahraga. Kemudian ada tahap keempat tahun 2035 sampai 2039. Tahapan pemantapan. Nah, ini keberlangsungan tahap ketiga ini langsung menyambung tahap 4. Ya. Jadi iptek yang berkelanjutan itu di 2035 sampai 2030. Kemudian 2040 sampai 2045 juga sama iptek berkelanjutan. Jadi tahap 3, tahap 4, dan tahap 5 lebih kepada bagaimana penguatan dan pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan teknologi dalam rangka meningkatkan aktivitas berolahraga para siswa dan mahasiswa serta memperoleh kebugaran di samping keterampilan gerak dan keterampilan sosial yang akan diperoleh oleh siswa. Ya. Lanjut. Nah, bagaimana sasaran dan target pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga dari tahun 2021 pada tahap pertama ini? Sasarannya terwujudnya partisipasi peserta didik yang aktif berolahraga. Kemudian fokus sasaran partisipasi aktif berolahraga dan kebugaran peserta didik. Nah, bagaimana kalau yang partisipasi aktif dengan baseline 34%. Tadi saya katakan, siswa jumlahnya ada 24,33 juta. Di baseline kita mengharap mereka aktif itu 34%. Sekarang itu dianggap aktif yang 34%. Artinya dari 24 juta, 34% itu kurang lebih ada 12 sampai 13 juta orang ya aktif olahraga. Kemudian 2021 sampai 2024 diharapkan ada kira-kira ya 13 jutaan lah ya, 13 juta. Kemudian lanjut presentasi terkait dengan jumlah, kalau jumlahnya seperti itu. Karena mungkin saja nanti ke depan di tahun ajaran yang sekarang 24,33 juta ini. Tahun ajaran 2023 meningkat siswanya. Dan presentasinya juga bisa seperti ini. Nah, kemudian bagaimana indikator tingkat kebugaran jasmani presentasinya? Ya. Seperti ini gambarannya. Dan siapa penanggung jawab? Kalau partisipasi aktif SD, SMP, SMA, SMK dan sederajat, SMK sederajat, itu penanggung jawabnya pemerintah provinsi dan pemerintah kabupaten kota. Instansi pendukung Kemendikbudristek, Kemenpora, dan Kemendagri. Ya, ini instansi pendukung. Kemudian untuk kebugaran, presentasinya jelas, target-targetnya sudah terpampang di situ, tercantum. Penanggung jawabnya Kemendikbudristek. Kemudian instansi pendukung ada Kemenpora, Kemendagri, Pemprov, dan Kabupaten Kota. Ya. Kemudian dalam konteks partisipasi aktif tetapi yang dinaungi oleh Kementerian Agama. Ada Sanawiyah, Aliyah, ya. Ini tercantum. Penanggung jawab tentunya pasti Kementerian Agama. Instansi pendukung Kemenpora, ya. Ini. Kemudian tingkat kebugaran siswa di lingkungan Kementerian Agama sama juga, ya. Penanggung jawabnya Kementerian Agama dan instansi pendukung Kemenpora. Lanjut. Nah, sasaran yang kedua terkait dengan jasmani. Ada tetap terwujudnya partisipasi peserta didik yang aktif berolahraga, namun difokuskan kepada ada festival dan kompetisi olahraga. Ya. Di persekolahan itu ada festival dan kompetisi olahraga untuk mengukur tingkat kemampuan mereka dalam konteks keterampilan olahraga. Ada festival olahraga untuk siswa PAUD dan SD tingkat kabupaten kota. Ya, ini festival. Presentasinya tercantum di situ dari mulai baseline sampai 50%. Walaupun seolah-olah baseline ini hitungan matematis yang sepertinya ekstrim, tetapi pemikiran saya bahwa kita harus punya cita-cita untuk mengembangkan olahraga ke depan. Ya, cita-cita inilah ya, berangkat dari, biasanya cita-cita ini berangkat dari kemauan yang kuat, motivasi. Ya, kadang-kadang orang bilang dari mimpi misalkan. Tetapi berusaha lah, harus ada catatan ini. Kemudian ada di samping ada festival, ada kompetisi. Kalau kompetisi diarahkan kepada SMP dan SMA. Ya. Atau SMK sederajat. Nah, ada juga kompetisi olahraga mahasiswa antar perguruan tinggi yang dinaungi oleh Badan Pembinaan Olahraga Mahasiswa. Ya. Dan itu juga baik tingkat kabupaten kota, provinsi, nasional, dan internasional. Ini dalam konteks bagaimana festival dan kompetisi olahraga ada di ranah pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Menurut desain besar olahraga. Lanjut. Nah, tetap dalam konteks partisipasi, juga tetap dalam konteks festival dan kompetisi, tetapi untuk siswa yang dinaungi oleh Kementerian Agama. Ya. Ada aliyah, sanawiyah, aliyah gitu ya. Gitu. MI ya, madrasah ibtidaiyah kan seperti itu. Itulah konteks kompetisi. Ada festival itu kalau setingkat SD gitu ya. Kemudian setingkat sanawiyah dan MA itu lebih kepada bagaimana kompetisi. Walaupun kompetisinya tidak kompetisi dalam level nasional atau internasional yang secara utuh, tetapi kompetisi menurut versi modifikasi mereka tentunya juga bisa menjadi bagian daripada pelaksanaan. Ya. Kemudian di PTN di perguruan tinggi mas, ya, dan PTS konteksnya kompetisi pendidikan tinggi keagamaan tingkat ya, regional yang bertanggung jawab tentunya Kementerian Agama. Lanjut. Sasaran dan target juga untuk tetap partisipasi aktif, tetapi fokus sasaran kepada tenaga keolahragaan berkualitas dan kuantitas yang cukup. Jadi desain besar olahraga nasional itu tidak hanya berbicara tentang siswa, berbicara tentang bagaimana keterlaksanaan olahraga di dunia pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Namun juga ikut memperhatikan bagaimana tenaga keolahragaan. Seperti ketersediaan guru pendidikan jasmani, lulusan perguruan tinggi olahraga sesuai dengan kebutuhan jemaah. Jadi guru pendidikan jasmani menjadi perhatian dalam desain besar olahraga. Ya. Dan targetnya itu di tahun 2040-2045 80% Guru pendidikan jasmani itu harus betul-betul berangkat dari ahli atau lulusan pendidikan jasmani. Karena temuan di lapangan sampai saat ini banyak juga yang bukan dari pendidikan jasmani. Sehingga kita berharap tahun 2040-2045 pendidikan jasmani. Menyangkut kompetensi guru pendidikan jasmani yang secara implementasi akan lebih baik di lapangan dengan para siswa. Kemudian fokus sasaran penerapan IPTEK olahraga. Ada pengembangan PT yang memiliki prodi keolahragaan, ya. Diharapkan tahun sekarang 24 provinsi. Nanti di 2040-2045 mungkin saja provinsinya nama, sekarang aja udah 37 provinsi. Ya. Di Papua nambah lagi provinsi. Nah, sehingga 37 dan tahun 2040-2045 diharapkan semua. Mungkin saja menjadi 40. Ya. Karena penambahan terus dengan pengembangan daerah. Nah, kemudian juga ada konteksnya terkait dengan bakat, identifikasi bakat siswa dan calon atlet. Karena apa? Bakat-bakat olahraga untuk atlet, saya tadi katakan di awal, itu umumnya berangkat dari persekolahan, dari sekolah. Sehingga bakat-bakat itu kita identifikasi tentunya dari dunia persekolahan, melalui pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Kemudian juga ada melalui kelas olahraga khusus yang sekarang secara implementasi khususnya di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia ada sentra atlet-atlet muda untuk 3 cabang olahraga. Ini menjadi salah satu contoh bahwa pengembangan bakat siswa calon atlet melalui kelas olahraga. Ini yang ada yang dilakukan oleh kita. Nah, kemudian prasarana dan sarana olahraga standar nasional internasional. Diharapkan di persekolahan dari baseline 5% ketersediaan sarana prasarana tahun 2040-2045 ini harus sudah 30%. Ya, sarana. Jadi tidak banyak di persekolahan yang memiliki fasilitas dan sarana prasarana olahraga yang berstandar nasional. Tidak banyak. Ya, apalagi yang internasional. Lanjut. Nah, bagaimana kunci keberhasilan desain besar olahraga pendidikan jasmani olahraga? Yang pertama, komitmen nasional. Ya. Komitmen nasional. Kementerian Pendidikan, ya, Riset dan Teknologi tidak bisa tidak bisa sendiri untuk mengelola ini secara khusus. Perlu khususnya di pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Perlu ada dukungan, perlu ada bantuan dari kementerian dan lembaga-lembaga lain. Kita akui. Sehingga dibutuhkan komitmen nasional. Ya, di samping masyarakat. Kemudian yang berikutnya jelas kita tahu. Dukungan anggaran dan sistem kesejahteraan, ya, jaminan masa depan dan kehidupan sosial. Ini juga harus diperhatikan. Ya, dukungan anggaran. Pendidikan selalu menjadi anggaran yang besar, terbesar di negara ini. Nah, ini betul-betul harus bisa dimanfaatkan. Yang selanjutnya, kualitas dan kuantitas siswa yang berbakat. Siswa yang berbakat itu kan tentunya diperoleh di sekolah. Ya. Siswa masuk di sekolah umumnya punya bakat sendiri-sendiri. Ya. Ada bakat yang olahraga, bakatnya non olahraga. Tapi kita kembangkan bakat-bakat yang memiliki bakat olahraga yang melalui pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Karena ada tidak hanya kegiatan intra, tapi ada kegiatan ekstra. Fakta yang sudah dilakukan oleh guru pendidikan jasmani itu melahirkan atlet-atlet yang kelas dunia. Dari mana berangkatnya itu juara-juara Olimpiade Indonesia kalau bukan dari sekolah? Dan itu peran guru pendidikan jasmani tentunya di sana. Ya. Dan itu diperoleh di sekolah. Maka kita cantumkan. Kemudian kualitas dan kuantitas tenaga keolahragaan. Jelas tadi digambarkan bahwa setiap tahapan, setiap periode yang ada di desain besar olahraga nasional diharapkan menghimpun, merekrut tenaga-tenaga pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga yang betul-betul tenaga yang lulusan dari perguruan tinggi yang mengelola, memberikan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga. Selanjutnya, sistem. Ya, di sini pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga memang tidak melulu dalam konteks aktivitas olahraga yang diajarkan oleh guru atau yang dilakukan oleh siswa di persekolahan, juga dikondisikan bagaimana ada kegiatan-kegiatan dalam konteks festival dan kompetisi. Karena memang hal tersebut diajarkan kepada siswa. Ya. Bahkan di dalam konsep model pembelajaran tercantum di situ bagaimana model pendidikan olahraga itu bisa diajarkan di persekolahan. Jelas. Nah, kemudian pemanfaatan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi keolahragaan dan ketersediaan sistem informasi olahraga. Ini ya. Pemanfaatan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi keolahragaan dan ketersediaan sistem informasi keolahragaan juga sangat penting. Menjadi salah satu faktor kunci. Ya, jadi salah satu faktor. Bagaimana pengembangan penyampaian materi ajar yang betul-betul bisa merangsang siswa beraktivitas baik. Bagaimana praktik di lapangan dengan model gaya pembelajaran yang betul-betul bisa meningkatkan gairah belajar para siswa. Diharapkan tidak ada lagi ketika pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani ada siswa yang duduk, ada siswa yang aktif. Dengan pengembangan dan pemanfaatan pengetahuan dan teknologi ini menginspirasi guru pendidikan jasmani agar bisa meningkatkan, agar bisa mampu meningkatkan gairah pembelajaran. Yang terakhir, tentunya prasarana dan sarana olahraga juga harus menyesuaikan dengan standar-standar yang ada di sekolah. Ya. Dan itu harus memiliki standar nasional. Dan itu berlaku di persekolahan dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Seperti anak sekolah dasar. Apakah anak sekolah dasar harus menggunakan media pembelajaran pendidikan jasmani yang sesuai dengan yang sebenarnya dalam konteks aktivitas olahraga? Tidak juga. Modifikasi pembelajaran di sekolah dasar, SMP maupun SMA Sesuai dengan Development Appropriate Practice itu merupakan bagian yang penting. Bagaimana sarana prasarana ini mempengaruhi terhadap gaya pembelajaran di persekolahan. Seperti gaya inklusi yang merupakan bagian penting memberikan hak, memberikan kepada siswa untuk memilih sesuai dengan kemampuan dalam konteks pembelajaran. Dan media pembelajaran itulah yang menjadi sarana dan prasarana yang penting untuk dijadikan bahan oleh para guru untuk dipikirkan di masanya. Barangkali itu konteksnya dalam pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga sesuai dengan kebijakan desain besar olahraga nasional. Ini yang bisa saya sampaikan sesuai dengan waktu yang tersedia 40 menit saya memaparkan. Saya pikir saya sudah sampai kepada waktu yang telah disediakan oleh panitia penyelenggara. Mudah-mudahan apa yang saya sampaikan ini bisa memberikan informasi yang berharga buat saudara-saudara semua yang hadir di acara internasional seminar ini melalui Zoom meeting, dan juga betul-betul bisa dimanfaatkan, bisa diaplikasikan atau diimplementasikan di persekolahan. Kita berharap seperti itu. Mari kita bersama berkomitmen, kita kembangkan pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga menjadi landasan pendidikan yang betul-betul menjadi dasar bagi kecerdasan para anak-anak kita, para siswa kita untuk hidup lebih baik di masa yang akan datang. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Ya, cukup sekian dari saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih atas paparannya, Pak Yun. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, apabila ada pertanyaan yang akan diberikan untuk Pak Yun, silakan tuliskan pertanyaan di kolom chat atau bisa langsung mengangkat tangan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the discussion session. If you have any questions, please write your question on the chat platform or raise your hand. Oke, Pak, ini ada satu pertanyaan dari Pak Rion, ya. Pertanyaannya adalah mengenai DPON dan keterkaitannya dengan pendidikan jasmani di Indonesia, apakah saling berkorelasi atau sebaliknya? Kita tahu bahwa pendidikan jasmani adalah pendidikan melalui aktivitas gerak yang bertujuan mencapai tujuan pendidikan serta memelihara kebugaran peserta didik, sedangkan DBON itu lebih sebenarnya mempersiapkan untuk prestasi. Lalu bagaimana mensiasati kecemburuan sosial antar siswa reguler dan siswa atlet? Begitu Pak, pertanyaannya silakan.
Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya dari saudara Rion. Desain besar olahraga nasional itu disusun berdasarkan beberapa data dan fakta di lapangan, termasuk teori dan konsep-konsep yang ikut mendukung terhadap rencana desain besar olahraga nasional. Terkait dengan apa yang ditanyakan oleh Rion, korelasi antara pendidikan jasmani di sana, kita mengacu kepada beberapa konsep baik dari konsep yang lama dari Geopuk, bahwa pendidikan jasmani dan olahraga menjadi landasan pokok dalam mengarungi kehidupan di masa yang akan datang. Di sana digambarkan bagaimana aktivitas olahraga dimulai dan kapan. Itu dari keluarga mulai, kemudian dari persekolahan, kemudian di puncaknya, ujungnya tetap olahraga elit, olahraga prestasi. Nah, kemudian ada di sana bagaimana terkait dengan kecemburuan. Kalau menurut saya, ya, mensiasati kecemburuan sosial antara siswa reguler dan siswa atlet. Nah, jadi menurut pemikiran saya, khusus ya, siswa yang secara khusus yang atlet itu sebenarnya lebih lelah proses pendidikannya daripada siswa yang reguler. Di samping atlet harus belajar seperti siswa yang lainnya, juga dia harus latihan sehari sampai antara 3 sampai 6 jam. Ya, 3 sampai 6 jam. Nah, bagaimana mensiasatinya? Ya, tentunya yang pertama, kita memberikan pemahaman kepada siswa yang reguler bahwa siswa yang atlet itu kecenderungannya begini. Bagaimana pola belajarnya, bagaimana pola latihan. Ya. Yang berikutnya tentunya antara siswa reguler dengan siswa atlet, dengan guru pendidikan jasmani harus mampu bersama-sama dengan mereka, ikut memperhatikan satu sama lain, ikut melihat bagaimana kegiatan satu sama lain, supaya mereka betul-betul paham ini kondisi yang selanjutnya tentunya juga dukungan yang seimbang baik dari siswa reguler maupun siswa atlet. Ini menurut pemikiran saya mensiasati dalam rangka bagaimana kedua-duanya sama-sama memperoleh prestasi, baik dalam konteks belajar maupun prestasi dalam konteks belajar. Barangkali itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Pak atas jawabannya. Bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang ingin memberikan pertanyaan, silakan, masih ada kesempatan. Baik, ada lagi satu pertanyaan dari Pak Agung Gunawan. Pak Agung mempertanyakan bagaimana nasib pengembangan untuk bakat atau atlet yang tidak masuk dalam kategori sasaran di DBON dan bagaimana cabang olahraga yang tidak ikut dalam program DBON ini selanjutnya.
Pertanyaannya bagus ini dari saudara Agung Gunawan. Ada beberapa program, ya. Jadi desain besar olahraga nasional ini programnya tidak hanya dalam konteks nasional, tetapi programnya di daerah. Ya. Dari mulai kota kabupaten, kemudian provinsi. Yang tidak masuk di nasional, ya, siswa yang tentunya yang memiliki bakat atlet bisa dikelola di kota kabupaten, dan itu sudah kebijakan nasional. Di setiap kota kabupaten harus menyelenggarakan PPLP. Ya. Di sana ditetapkan dalam kebijakan desain besar olahraga nasional, di kota kabupaten harus menyelenggarakan PPLP. Berbagai cabang olahraga. Kemudian di provinsi, sekolah keberbakatan olahraga, dan di nasional juga sekolah keberbakatan olahraga di tingkat nasional. Itu ya, sehingga bisa tercantum. Kalau misalkan tetap tidak masuk ke dalam program itu, klub sekolah ya, melalui ekstrakurikuler di sekolah atau klub sekolah atau klub di luar sekolah, itu bisa di sana. Ya. Maka saya tadi katakan, para atlet kelas dunia sekarang yang ada di Indonesia umumnya berangkat dari persekolahan, dari kegiatan ekstrakurikuler. Makanya ekstrakurikuler persekolahan betul-betul harus dibina, dirancang, diprogram sedemikian rupa. Ya, sangat efektif dan efisien untuk merangsang para siswa menjadi lebih baik. Barangkali itu. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Pak. Barangkali masih ada yang ingin bertanya, silahkan mengacungkan tangan saja. Atau menuliskan pertanyaan di kolom chat juga masih bisa, silahkan. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kalau tidak ada yang ingin ditanyakan, maka kita berikan aplaus untuk Pak Yun Yun. Terima kasih Pak Yun Yun.
Terima kasih buat semuanya.
Oke, saya kembalikan ke MC. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Yun Yun Yudiana, MPD, and Dr. Kurnia Wijayanti. A very interesting lecture for us. Hopefully we can take something to our knowledge and also our plan in the future. All honorable participants, regarding some technical problem, unfortunately, our another speaker, Associate Professor Umid Dogan Ustun PhD, and also Professor Dr. Hon Maklos, still cannot join with us until now. The committee will try to contact them soon, and we will wait for them to join with us. So at this we will take a break for a while, and committee will inform soon if the speaker already joined with us. Thank you for your attention.
Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEH study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEH lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions,
All honorable speaker, we will give some appreciate to our speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Yun Yudiana MPD, by our Head of Organizing Committee, Dr. Tita Juliantina MPD. To Dr. Tita, please, the time is yours. Ya, pemberian penghargaan atau sertifikat kepada Dr. Yun Yudiana oleh Ibu Tite Juliantina sebagai penghargaan sebagai speaker kita hari ini. Terima kasih untuk Dr. Yun Yudiana atas lecture-nya, atas presentasinya yang sangat menarik. Ya, Bapak dan Ibu, kita masih menunggu speaker selanjutnya, pembicara selanjutnya. Associate Profesor Umid Dogan akan segera bergabung, tetapi sambil kita menunggu, sambil komite menghubungi beliau, kita akan rehat sejenak, istirahat sejenak. Silakan Bapak Ibu berdiri, melakukan stretching supaya kita tetap bisa selalu aktif secara fisik. Sambil menunggu, kita akan menayangkan beberapa flyer dan video. Terima kasih.
and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEHS study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreations Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996.
Dear all participants, Alhamdulillah, our next speaker, Associate Professor Umid Dogan Ustun PhD, already joined with us. So we will hear his lecture soon. And for the time and screen, I will give to our moderator, Dr. Kurnia Wijayanti. Please.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, Prof. Good morning. Yes, we
Good
can hear
morning.
you.
Is there any problem with my microphone?
Can you try it again, please?
Is there any problem with my microphone?
No.
The
It's
voice
good.
is okay?
Yeah. We can hear you clearly. Probably you can
Oh.
turn off, turn on your speakerphone a little bit. I mean, make the volume higher.
Okay. I think it's okay now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now please allow me to introduce our second speaker, Associate Professor Umid Dogan Ustun, who will deliver his presentation titled Healthy Life Skills and Life Satisfaction, Development of Physical Literacy in Physical Education and Physical Activity. Associate Professor Umid Dogan Ustun is a senior lecturer at School of Physical Education, Hatay Mustafa Kemal University, Turkey. His research interests include social psychology of leisure and sports psychology. He also ran an academic journal named Sportif Pakis Spor V Egitim Bilim Leri Dergizi, I'm pretty sure I don't pronounce the name correctly, so please forgive me. Prof. Dagat, you have 45 minutes. Please, the time is yours.
Dear Professor, thank you. I'm starting my presentation. I want to give, you introduced me very well, but I want to give a brief information about me. I finished my PhD in 2016 and currently working at the School of Physical Education and Sports, Hatay Mustafa Kemal University. Our university has 4 departments with more than 800 students and a master class. I hope you will enjoy my presentation. Life satisfaction has been established as a separate concept of subjective well-being, which represents a cognitive and global assessment of the whole quality of one's life. Today, when we talk about the quality of life, we intend two meanings. It has 2 meanings. The first meaning, the presence of conditions that thought to be required for a good life, and the practice of good living in general. For instance, how can I explain these? When we remark that a country's citizens have a full quality of life, we imply that basic necessities such as food, shelter, and healthcare are inadequate. In other words, the country's residents do not find the country livable. However, when we remark that someone doesn't have a happy life, we may indicate that he or she lack some necessities and do not prosper. These disorders may coexist. However, this is not always the case. For instance, a person might be wealthy, powerful, and well-liked, while still can be unhappy. Someone who is impoverished, weak, and isolated, on the other hand, the opposite, may be prospering both psychologically and physically. These variations are known as the presumed and apparent quality of life, respectively. So, in general, life satisfaction has been described as a psychological state that is generally related to an individual's psychological well-being. So when we talk about life satisfaction, first we have to know what is psychological well-being. According to researchers, life satisfaction was defined as closely connected to quality of life and has been commonly used by scholars as a phrase to partially define quality of life and as a notion related to quality of life, but a distinct term from quality of life. A body of time research demonstrated that life satisfaction is associated with healthy life behaviors. For instance, in a study conducted on university students, it was found that university students with higher mindfulness and healthy life behaviors, such as healthy nutrition attitude, had higher life satisfaction than those with lower level of healthy life skills. When we talk about healthy life skills, we have to say that healthy nutrition is a healthy life skill or healthy life behavior. Regular physical activity is a healthy life behavior. No alcohol consumption is an healthy life behavior, or in other words, it's an healthy life skill. In another study, life satisfaction was predicted by healthy nutrition attitude and assessed to health-related resources in university students and varsity licensed athletes. Life skills, adaptation to college, and life satisfaction were partially correlated to each other for Korean college student athletes. In another study, significant standardized partial regression coefficients were obtained with life satisfaction and mental health and life skills among Japanese athletes. In another study, life satisfaction of Iranian university level athletes were significantly higher and with a very desirable level than that normal people. We can give much more examples, but I just wanted to share a few studies, up-to-date studies, and all over the world. You can see one study was conducted on Korean college students, one study was conducted on Turkish university students, another study was conducted on Iranian university students. We can say that all around the world, no matter the country, it can be a developed country like United States, United Kingdom, it can be a developing country like Turkey or Indonesia, and underdeveloped country, no developed country, no problem. All studies show that life satisfaction was predicted by and associated with healthy life behaviors. We can say healthy life skills. Today, the perspective on healthy life behaviors and life satisfaction has changed when we compare to the past. Because in the past, the terms were related but not described well. And the importance given to these concepts has increased. Undoubtedly, it has had its share in academic studies and concepts have begun to examine more systematically. In this part of the presentation, I will talk about the possible future evaluation of studies examining the relationship between healthy life behaviors or skills and life satisfaction. To draw the general framework of the section, studies published in the Web of Science. You know, Web of Science is the most used and one of the most valuable databases in the world, which scientific journals such as Nature, Springer, Sage, Taylor and French's journals have been cited. It's a big database. Studies published in Web of Science in the last 5 years and containing the words healthy life behaviors, life satisfaction. It can be, the words can be in the title, abstract, or keywords of study, published study have been listed. As a result of the search, my search, it was understood that 60 public articles were published in 2018 to related concepts. 71 articles were published in 2019, 83 articles in 2020, 94 articles in 2021, and 69 articles in 2022. They all, you can see, they all include healthy lifestyle, healthy life skills, life satisfaction, either in their title, abstract, or keywords. However, the word physical activity was added to the search because it was difficult to examine so many studies one by one, and there was a possibility of deviation from the purpose of the subject. As a result of the search, 118 studies were found. You can see can you see the numbers? 2022, 2021, 29 articles published, 2020, 34 articles published. Then we calculate them, 118 studies were found. When we look at the Web of Science categories of these studies, it is understood that 46 of them are in the category of nutrition and dietetics, whereas only 4 of them were in the category of sports science. And when we look at the research areas, similarly, only 4 of the 118 studies were in sports science. After examining all the studies, the subjects to be explained in the presentation were grouped and the basic subjects were tried to be conveyed. In this sense, only 2 references were made to each field of the study because when we reduce it to the specific, each study differs from one another. There are, as you see, 118 studies, but I gave only 2 citations for each study, each category, to deviate from the subject. Based on the data, the field of study that draws our attention and we think the popularity that we will think increase in the future is healthy life skills such as physical activity and the relationship between life satisfaction and school life. Because we know that factors such as obesity and social appearance anxiety cause young people to be exposed to peer bullying, to be unable to adapt to school, and even drop out to school from time to time. And in developing and underdeveloped countries, the level of dropping school because of peer bullying, social appearance anxiety, and obesity is much more. Researchers examine the possible effects of family, peer, or individual physical activity and physical education and physical activity in schools on school adaptation and life satisfaction. In their researches, they obtained positive results. Another research area is the examination of the effects of physical activity and healthy life skills on active aging and life satisfaction of the elderly people. As we know that the population of 60 and higher, 60 plus of old people are increasing in the world day by day because how can we say the health insurance and development in the health sector let the people live more years when compared to the past. Researchers suggested that 7 healthy life skills, including physical activity, never smoking, it's very important, never smoking, moderate or no alcohol consumption, maintaining an average weight, sleeping 7 or 8 hours per night, eating breakfast, and not snacking between the meals have positive effects on life satisfaction of older adults and positive effects on active aging. By doing these, regular physical activity, not to smoke, not to alcohol consumption, maintaining our average weight, sleeping 7 or 8 hours per night, and eating breakfast, it's important, not snacking between the meals, help us for an active aging. Another research area is the examination of the relationship between healthy life cycles and life satisfaction with chronically ill individuals or diseases. As known, chronic diseases are public health priority, and studies indicated that adapted intervention programs, which includes physical activity and healthy life skills, intervention programs including healthy life skills and physical activity, positively affect life satisfaction and increase healthy life behaviors such as physical activity and healthy eating. Another remarkable research area is the examination of life satisfaction, healthy life skills, and work relationships. Previously published research show that work engagement reflects work-related well-being and is positively associated with health and life satisfaction. Besides, high consumption of healthy food items and physical activity were associated with lower levels of burnout symptoms. One another possible research area is about COVID-19 and intercorrelations with physical activity, life satisfaction, and healthy life skills. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted almost every aspect of life. Restrictions from the countries affected our daily life negatively. And during that time, especially daily physical activity and healthy eating habits changed, and that affected our mental health negatively. Having in mind that insufficient physical activity is often associated with an imbalance in a person's psychological well-being and various psychological problems. COVID-19 restrictions may have considerable negative consequences for the life satisfaction and emotional well-being of the individuals. For instance, I got COVID-19 last year. It was very hard, and I know for most of the people, COVID-19 negatively affected their health and also mental health. So we can say that COVID-19 has nearly finished all around the world, but a new pandemic can come, and maybe COVID-19 can be reoccur. So studies should go on. Another research area shall be the correlations between healthy life behaviors, life satisfaction, physical activity, and obesity. According to the World Health Organization, the increasing epidemic obesity has becoming a global concern. They say, World Health Organization say, sedentary behavior these days are very much, and vigorous physical activity is decreasing day by day. Individuals do not make regular or vigorous physical activity. So, another research area shall be the correlations between healthy life behaviors, physical activity, life satisfaction, and obesity. In the presentation, manuscripts published in the leading journals with the topics of healthy life skills, life satisfaction, and physical activity have been examined, and the topics of future studies tried to be guessed. It should be noted that these research recommendations have been previously studied by researchers in different norms. However, as the social structure changes, people needs change as well. I want to talk about a bonus research area. It is the metaverse. Thanks to improvements in blockchain technology gave us some research area about metaverse. Because the metaverse universe has become an important leisure activity area as a result of possibilities offered by blockchain technology. So future studies shall focus on metaverse and offerings on the life satisfaction. There are applications, I don't know if you heard about them, step and applications. They let people to move and earn money with that. So physical activity in the metaverse universe should be an important research area. For instance, the fitness finance sector is being formed with many similar applications such as step and fit feel. With an amortized shoe and an application, it will be possible to both do sports and to make money. Soon, we will able to do our runs, walks, and other recreational activities in the metaverse universe. As a matter of fact, the first virtual marathon is planned to be held in the last quarter of 2022 with the Stepan application. As you know, there is a singer nicknamed Marshmallow. He gave a concert in the metaverse universe and started these applications. These are the references of my presentation. Thank you for listening to me. I don't know if I used the time correctly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your very interesting presentation, Prof. Dogan. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu, kalau bisa saya simpulkan ya, jadi tadi Prof. Umit menggambarkan research area apa saja yang harus menjadi concern kita di masa yang akan datang. Ya, jadi beliau sudah melakukan systematic review 5 tahun ke belakang dari Web of Science dan mengumpulkan 118 artikel, dan ternyata hal-hal yang harus kita teliti di masa depan itu adalah healthy life skill yang berhubungan dengan kasus obesitas, lalu penuaan, lalu penyakit kronis, karena inilah yang akan semakin banyak di masa yang akan depan. Lalu juga beliau menjelaskan bahwa karena pandemik ini, maka ada efek negatifnya terhadap kepuasan hidup kita semua, gitu ya. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the discussion session. If you have any question, please write your question on the chat platform or raise your hand. Jadi kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan, silakan ditulis di chat atau bisa mengangkat tangan. Okay, Prof, we have one question from Mr. Bambang.
Yes,
He asked, can you describe a little bit deeply how can physical activity can connect to psychological matters?
Sorry, can you repeat again, please?
So he asked, could you please describe a little bit deeply how can physical activity can connect to psychological matters?
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. Studies show that, for instance, physical activity helps people to gain positive self-esteem as a psychological matter. Self-efficacy, it helps to gain our positive self-esteem, self-efficacy positive, and especially our mental health. You know, when people do physical activity, moderate or vigorous physical activity, they can reduce their stress, and that helps to develop a better mental health. It also helps to gain positive self-esteem, positive social appearance, anxiety, and motivates people. I don't know if it's enough for the question.
Ya, demikian jawaban dari Prof. Uston ya, katanya physical activity moderate sampai berat itu bisa berasosiasi dengan mental health yang lebih baik. Oke, apakah ada lagi pertanyaan dari Bapak dan Ibu sekalian? Silakan ditulis di chat atau bisa langsung mengangkat tangan. Okay, we have another question from the audience, from Pak Iqbal, from Dr. Iqbal. He asked, we know that sedentary lifestyle significantly increasing. Now also between students, as you said, we could easily find obesity and chronic disease among us. What we should do to improve this condition, especially in school and higher education environment?
Thank you for the question. For instance, I want to talk about the current situation in Turkey. In Turkey, physical activity lesson, physical education lesson is not mandatory for the first education. We have to give physical education lessons 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours in the first level education. Then in high school, in mid school, we have to give more physical education lessons. In Turkey, for instance, in high school, it is not mandatory to have physical education lesson, and that's too bad for the students. They do not have enough time, enough lesson. We have to add physical education lessons in the curriculums of the students. For instance, in higher education, let me talk about higher education. In Turkey, there are schools giving physical education, but for instance, in our university, there are more than 40 faculties, and none of them have mandatory physical education lessons. So it must be obligatory for mid school, high school, even in higher education. We have to add physical education lessons in their curriculums. The first thing I want to say this.
Jawaban dari Prof. Umid itu adalah bahwa di Turki pendidikan jasmani itu wajib untuk level SD dan SMP, tapi sayangnya di SMA dan level universitas belum diwajibkan. Jadi beliau memang merekomendasikan sebaiknya memang diwajibkan di semua level pendidikan. Baik, tampaknya ada pertanyaan. So we have another question from Nadila. She asked, the metaverse universe can give us a good impact, but also a bad impact. What do you think that teacher should do to guide the kids to be more focused on healthy life skills? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I want to say that not only teachers and not the schools, but also the parents should guide their children, because education first starts in the family, then continues in the school. So we have to talk with the students' parents first, the first thing, and we have to find a way or find a solution with the, how can I say, family and teacher. As a teacher, we cannot do things without talking with the parents. First, we have to take the parents, how can I say, permission. Then we have to collaborate with them. If they agree, we can do several, how can I say, intervention programs with the students, including physical activity, healthy life skills, healthy nutrition, maybe healthy diet. But first we have to talk with the family and get their permission.
Oke, thank you. Jadi barusan diberikan jawaban bahwa orang tua harus dilibatkan karena pendidikan yang pertama itu bermula dari keluarga. Jadi orang tua dan guru harus sama-sama bekerja sama untuk mencari solusinya dan berkomunikasi. Barangkali seperti itu. We have question from Sandy. Okay, Sandy, you can unmute your microphone and ask the question. Okay, we have another question here in chat platform from Rizky Subagja. She asked, in your opinion, how can physical education advance education in a country? And can physical education have a good impact on educational progress?
Thank you for the question. I believe that all kinds of education must be combined with physical education. Without physical education, all kinds of education is not completed. We have to combine them. Because studies show that physically active and physically healthy students achieve much more than in the other lessons. With physical education and physical education lessons, students' stress levels reduce, especially in children. Stress levels reduce and they can share their energy. So they can, how can I say, they can do better in the other lessons. Any kind of education must be combined with physical education. As physical education have, I want to choose the correct word in English. Physical education have positive effects on individuals, especially in children and especially in primary school students.
Oke, jadi beliau menjelaskan bahwa nggak bisa berdiri sendiri ya, bahwa semua jenis pendidikan itu harus dikombinasikan, gitu, karena tidak ada satu pelajaran yang lebih superior dari yang lain. Oke, we have another question from Dea. Dea asked, before you say that physical activity, school life, and relationship satisfaction are interrelated to make good or healthy life skills. If we take a look closely at schools in Indonesia, a lot of kids still have low quality physical activity, especially when outside of school. There are so many children who are more influenced by today's technological advances to play with gadgets. Then their social skills are also increasingly limited, especially during and after COVID-19. In your opinion, what are the best strategies to change these habits or this lifestyle to become healthy life skills?
As we know, the 21st century is the technology. Web 3.0. If a child likes internet, web, we can, how can I say, they can be active in metaverse with FitNet, StepNet. They can use these. And as policymakers, we should be aware of the dangers of internet. We can make tournaments in schools. We can also make, how can I say, I want to choose the correct words, but sometimes my English is not enough to choose the correct word. But we can, how can I say, make them be active in metaverse if they like technology.
Oke, jadi barusan jawabannya kalau bisa malah teknologi itu digunakan supaya anak-anak bisa lebih aktif. Jadi menggunakan metaverse untuk membuat anak-anak itu lebih aktif. Mungkin itu kurang lebih yang saya tangkap. Apakah ada lagi pertanyaan? Bisa langsung. Okay, it seems like we don't have enough time, Prof. So thank you very much for your beautiful presentation.
I want to thank you as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, and thank you for discussing this question with us. Oke, sekarang saya kembalikan ke MC.
Thank you, Professor Umit Dogan Ustun, PhD, and Dr. Kurnia. Such a very interesting lecture. Next, we will move to our third lecture that will be presenting by Professor Dr. Hon Maklus, MPD, with moderator Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar, MPD. Let me introduce our moderator first. Bambang Abdul Jabbar is the son of the high school sport teacher who continues to develop pedagogical concept in teaching physical education and sport for school. The experience with lecture from the School of Human Movement and Sport, Windesheim University in Netherlands, reinforced his attention to didactic and methodic concept of teaching physical education and sport. In 2006, following an active course in game teaching by Dr. Bart Kroom from the Free University Amsterdam, in 2009 till 2011, he was actively involved in a project of Joy of Movement organized by the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Jakarta with EPOK-UP. In 2013, postdoc in teaching physical education and psychomotoric therapy at the School of Human Movement and Sport, Windesheim University, the Netherlands. In 2015 and 2019, for 10-day participating in the short course in teaching PE and PMT at the same school. Currently, his concern for education is being developed by conducting research related to pedagogic, teaching and learning in the implementation of teaching physical education and sport in school. Currently, as a lecturer who has 29 years of experience teaching in the PGKR-EPOK-UP, he develops pedagogical concept and practice in various directions and goals, experiential learning and contextual learning in teaching physical activities and sport. His background education, bachelor, magister, and 2 doctoral program graduated from Sport and Physical Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Also, he has many additional teaching and education, also many publication in pedagogical concept in physical education and sport. To Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabbar, MPD, time and screen is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for being describe my experts. Ladies and gentlemen, the participant of International Seminar on Physical Education, Sport and Health 2020 and 22. Now we come to the third session, and in this session will be presented by Professor Dr. Hon Maklus, an emeritus full professor from University of Lee. Professor Maklus, are you in this room?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, Maklus. Nice to see you.
Yeah, for me too.
Yeah. Thank you for being coming in this room, and I appreciate it very much for your time to share your knowledge in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Marcus will deliver the title Creative Physical Education, Sport, Health, Teacher, Post-Pandemic Opportunities and Challenges. But before he presents the idea, I would like to introduce a little bit his expert. Professor Marcus focused on his major in sport pedagogy from University of Leh. Currently, his research on practicing physical activity for quality of life, promoting an active and healthy lifestyle is one of his priorities. He supports an approach that strengthens the meaning of physical education and place of the school in the training of physically educated citizens. He is active in international association. He was the president of ISPESH, Association International de Scholars for Education, Physics, International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. Professor Bakus, we have 1 hour and we will divide it into 2 sessions. 45 minutes is yours to deliver your idea, and in 15 minutes we have a discussion with the participant. So I think the time is yours.
May I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you receive my screen, please?
Yeah, already.
So, well, I start immediately because the time is very short to explain everything. Then, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of your conference, of your seminar, for the invitation. It's a very great honor for me to be for the second time in Indonesia through the digital technologies. Then you can see that there are more than 11,000 kilometers between Liège and Bandung, sorry. And then it's a pleasure to speak with you today, this morning for you, for me, sorry. And then, okay, I have to go straight on. So Liège, as you can see here, is in the French part, the French-speaking part of Belgium. Belgium is a small country in the middle of Europe. And then you have here a slide showing the Department of Sport and Rehabilitation Science, where we have more than 1,000 students. Then the content of this presentation is divided in 2 parts. The first one is a description of a model helping designer to help physical and health education teachers to increase their chance to change the lives of their students. And the second part will be a short reflection about what the COVID-19 pandemic taught us and how physical education, teacher education could take it into account. So I'm going directly to the introduction and just underline that physical education teachers are considered as the cornerstone of the promotion of a healthy lifestyle. I suppose that in Indonesia, you are agreeing with that assumption too. And it's a mission identified by the UNESCO in 2017. So to achieve that mission, there are many sources in the literature that we can use, and they are available through the internet, and it's possible to read these information and to use these information to improve physical education and do like this. All these references will be available at the end of my slideshow, and the slideshow will be available at the end. Then don't take pictures. Just wait for the end of the presentation. You will receive a link to access to the presentation. Okay, there are several models for physical and health promotion at school, and there are active school models and comprehensive school models. Then if you want to have a review, see the very good paper from Webster and collaborator in 2020. Then in below, you can see several models, and I believe that all these models are interesting, but you need to use your own model in your own country according to the culture of the country. And all these models are mainly focused on the macro level, school and community, and identify context of actions. But I believe that to help physical and health teachers to structure their action, integrating micro-level decision seems also needed. Then we have the school and community, inclusive quality physical education, students' motivation, and task. That's the task I'll do in this presentation, the first half of this presentation, describing that model, 4 levels model for physical education teachers. So to describe this, the 4 models for PE teachers is a maelstrom of concept. Then it's important for me to describe these concepts. Then there is a representation of this model with the first level with active school. The second is the inclusive quality physical education. Then the third is the PAMIA principles, and the fourth is, I would like to receive it, for P questions and loop. And then I'll describe briefly all of these parts. The first level is an active school as the starting point. Then it means that physical education teachers should coordinate the physical activity promotion at school. They are the cornerstones of that, and they should do it. They have to be involved in PE as well as in other dimension of the physical activity at schools. And of course, they are not alone. They are not able to do everything alone. They have to collaborate. Under the umbrella of the physical activity school policy, there are different pillars: physical education, quality physical education, extracurricular physical activity, active transportation, life environment, and physical activity in the classroom. For me, all these pillars are very important, but the beginning is the school policy. The second pillar is the inclusive quality physical education. And of course, it's the first pillar of an active school. And of course, also, it's the main pillar for the PE teachers. And you can see here, like a target, the inclusive quality physical education is with different layers, and we will describe this layer. At the heart, we have physical literacy. Physical literacy, you know, maybe you should know, It's a very important concept now worldwide. And the physical literacy is the basis of the development of the motor skills and the basis of the acquisition of the fundamental knowledge and development of a positive attitudes towards physical activity. With motor competence, physical fitness, and knowledge basis, then the students will develop self-esteem and self-confidence. These will develop motivation, pleasure, and motivation and pleasure will develop participation. And of course, long life participation is very important for physical education teachers. The second layer is the societal transfer. It's a concept that I developed recently, just an approach of teaching physical and health education, ensuring that what is learned in the gym lesson can be practically used by students in their everyday life. It seems so simple, so logical, but when you analyze what happens in the classroom, physical education classroom and lessons, we are so surprised to see that mostly the teachers are teaching for the lesson and not for what the lesson could bring to the students outside the school. So that's societal transfer gives meaningfulness, and it involves liking learning to students' lives context. It's important. Planning intervention in the short, medium, and long term, rather than to react to opportunities. For example, students' questions, then the physical education teacher should organize this like he is or she's doing this for teaching sport skills, for example. And promoting students' awareness of the possible concrete application of what is learned in physical education is very important. It's connected, the societal transfer is connected with the model of teaching personal and social responsibility model from Ellison, and more recently with the concept of meaningful physical education from Fletcher and collaborators. There are 7 dimensions for the societal transfer. You can see here development of an autonomous active lifestyle. We can work on transversal aspect, health and safety, psychological aspect, social aspect, knowledge of the human body, and motor and sport culture. For example, linking physical education, what we are doing in physical education, and history of sports in Indonesia, for example, just to make a link. The next layer is accountability, and accountability is a very important question. It's the production of concrete changes by the pupils and students. Then it's an impact of the teaching in their life, a real impact and control impact. It's a direct link with the objective, motor, physical, cognitive, psychological, emotional, and social dimension of physical educations, and of course, adoption of a healthy lifestyle. It means that physical education teachers should talk with the students, should ask to the student what they are doing, what is their own lifestyles during when they are outside school, and just to see if my teaching bring real change in pupils' student life. Then it's implementation of the social transfer goals. It's a real planning with a strategy just to be sure that changes are done, are appearing, and it can be done with a panoply of tools, for example, questionnaires, personal diaries, or table of discussion. Then it means that there is a direct link between the teacher and the students to know what they are doing with the teaching. And we can see it that the PE teachers are becoming physical activity and health counselors. And then like if they were working on a private business with individuals in outside the schools. The last layer of that inclusive quality physical education is deals with the inclusive quality physical education. Okay, what it means. Inclusive means that everything that I mentioned right now, physical literacy, societal transfer, and not accommodation, accountability, sorry, there we can work in the physical education for each child, for each student. Then this teaching philosophy of physical education brings a planned, progressive, and inclusive learning for all students. And then it means that there are needs to individualize, to integrate, and to do inclusion. And you can see below on the left side of the screen that integration is a kind of inclusive, but inclusion means that people are really connected to get one with the other. Sorry. The third level of the model is coming from the PAMIA principle. And then the PAMIA principles is a way to plan, teach, and reflect physical and health education. Then the PAMIA principles are focusing on the application of the self-determination theory with these basic needs that you probably now. And then I just developed these principles to apply them in physical education. There is a paper explaining this, and you can collect it on internet with using the reference that you receive at the end. Then the 5 principles are here with importance to pleasure. The P of PAMIA is for pleasure. Foster enjoyment by giving meaningfulness and positive climate. It's important. It's not new, but it's just the PAMIA principles are there just to focus on 5 simple principles that could help teachers to change their teaching. Well, I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay. The first A is achievement. Foster self-esteem and learning by guaranteeing delicious uncertainty. It's difficult to say this. It means that we are in the learner are always placed in a way they are able to achieve. They meet success, but not only success, to stay motivated. And it's important for them to stay there. And achievement and feeling competent is a very important model for motivation. The next is movement. The M of PAMIA is movement. Foster activity by proposing situation that leads students to expand energy. Children have to be active, physically active, and the society bring them towards sedentariness. Then in physical education courses, lessons, we have to try to find each opportunity to make them moving during the lesson. It's so simple to say, but just take time to observe one lesson, and every 5 seconds, just count the number of pupils or students who are active, physically active. And you'll be surprised to see that, unfortunately, very few people at the end of the lesson get the minimum expense, physical and energy expenditure. The next principle is I for interaction, then the principle is to foster contacts with others and with the environment. And then it's important that the students are following a physical education lesson, or maybe it could be a sport session outside the schools. That's the same. Then they are in contact with the other, and they develop very positive relationship with all the people in the group. Then the last principle, the second A, is autonomy, and then it means that we have to foster learners' opportunities to make decisions, and the students, the learner, should be really at the center of their own learning process, and it's important for them to know that they are important people for the teacher. The teacher is not there like the chief of orchestra. The teacher is there to help them to develop themselves, the whole person, and it's important to give them responsibilities. Okay, the fourth level, it's the 4 P's, the 4 P's, questions and the loop. It's the very micro and latest concept that I developed. And you can see here that there are 4 questions and loops. And then I just take a task. When we are teaching physical education, we are proposing learning task. And a task corresponds to any activity that the teacher proposes to reach the objective. But does the learners know the name of the game? It's a very important question. And you should ask to your students, your pupils in the physical education lesson, if they know. Each time you propose a drill, if each time you propose a game, if they know why they are doing this, and then if not, how to expect their involvement. Okay, I try to change. Then here, it's to use the mediating process paradigm and the social constructivism. It's important to integrate this little by little in our lessons. Then, as a PE teacher, I give my students a chance to take benefit of each task? That's an important question too. And then here are the 4 questions. Then when a pupil student has to do a task, he or she should be able to answer to 4 questions. 4 P's, then performance, process, product, and purpose. The first, performance, what should I do to do well? Then the students should answer to that. The second P, process, what should I do to do well what I have to do? The third P, product, did I do well what I had to do? And the 4 P is purpose, do I know what I do it? Then I believe that if one child is able to answer to these 4 questions, there will be more chance to see him or her improving and learning. It's important for me. The second thing is that when you are proposing tasks to your pupil students, it means that these tasks are links one with the other in a logical way. Then all these tasks should follow a logical way to the goal. And that way begins before the lesson, starts with the first exercise, follow with the second, third, fourth, 5, the last, and is in connection with the next lesson, then it means that between the exercise during the whole lesson and before the lesson, after the lesson, through all lesson, there are connections. And I believe that if you analyze again what is happening in the schools, in the lesson, and you will see that physical education teachers often, they are proposing different exercise, but these exercises are not exactly connected, linked one with the other, and not necessarily connected with the final goal. Then it's something that we should think more in the future. Why these 4 questions and the loop? Because it provides meaningfulness, self-esteem, relevance, and involvement. So thinking about this can help the students to know why they are learning and motivate them to learn better. For the second part of my presentation, I would like to speak about the physical and health and the pandemic. Okay. Speaking about the impact of the pandemic, you know that curricular and extracurricular physical education, which I could say physical and health education now, but that physical education has been restricted or even cancelled. And then, sorry. The role of the school and of our subject all around the world was not the same. There was a great diversity worldwide according to the official instructions and the teachers' initiatives. Then in any country, the authorities decided to give to the teachers an important role, or maybe for diverse reasons, for example, insurance, to avoid, for example, activities through internet. Then each country was organized differently. Mainly, we can consider that mainly use of digital tools was implemented during the lockdown periods. And of course, the main focus was on health and physical activity promotion. Simple tasks were proposed and very few interactions were available during that period. So I don't know if you know the European Physical Education Association, UPA, and very early when the lockdown started, they published a position statement on physical education in schools during the COVID pandemic. And what I appreciate a lot with their position statement is that they underline no education without physical education. And I believe that all of you are convinced with it. And then, of course, it means that we are, as a physical education teachers or physical education teacher educators, we had to find solution to help our pupils, our students, not alone during these periods, even if it was not so important, so easy. Then I found, preparing this presentation, I found that there were different studies, research in Indonesia, and I took here one example of a survey explaining the main tools of distance teaching that were used in Indonesia, in your country. And you can see here that the platform was Zoom, Google Classroom, WhatsApp, and Google Meet, for example. And it's interesting to know what kind of tool was used now. Maybe it's interesting to know what kind of activities that were proposed to the pupils or students. And I use here a paper published by a colleague from Switzerland who worked with colleagues from Scotland, France, and Quebec. And I gathered all information. And then you can see here on the slide that the teachers proposed a video that they did themselves just to show the required tasks. They used sheets describing tasks and identifying the criterion, the quality criterion, and the pupils were in charge to teach themselves and to give them their own feedback. There were also tutorials available on internet proposed by some academic bodies or maybe some professional associations. There were theoretical resources on health and sports activities. And of course, the school portal was available to let some information for that. They proposed also selected website where it was possible to collect information. And maybe, for example, in YouTube, there were information, there were video to see how to do things in the garden, in the bedroom, or somewhere where it was possible to do it. And the last four, I just underlined them because they are more interactive. Then the students were invited to take videos of themselves doing the task and to put this video, to send the video to the teacher, or maybe to put the video on the school portal. Another example is challenges between schools. Then different teachers were organized together and they proposed like a competition between schools, and the students, the pupils were invited to participate to that competition. And it was like a motivation, and it's more interactive than only ask to the students to do something alone. And the third example of here is the involvement of the parents for family activities. It was quite interesting because you know that physical education alone is not able to change the lifestyle. Then it's important to involve the parents and of course to link what we learn, what we teach in the physical education lesson, and to link this to the community context. And the last example was a follow-up of the students through a personal physical activity diary online or an online training log. Then the students have to fulfill that diary or training log, and the teacher was analyzing and providing feedback about this. And it's an interesting way to keep a contact. And I know that some in other cases, for example, here in Europe, in other countries, there were different webinars where people were sharing information. And then I know that some teachers were able to organize live lesson online webinars speaking about what to do and so on. Some organized phone calls to keep a contact with their students, asking how they were and so on, sending emails, or some of them met outside with, for example, in a forest where it was possible to have space and distanciation, and they met there. It was organized, an appointment, a free appointment, but the teacher met the students there. Here you have a slide presenting the most significant challenge to teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a paper published by a colleague from the United States, and you have a list of the challenges that the people, school-based individuals met during this time. And I wanted to underline the student access to online learning, because all students didn't have a personal computer or tablet to connect on internet. And of course, the main problem was also the teacher-student communication. And I was speaking about interaction, and it means that one important thing that lacked during the COVID lockdown was that interaction. Now, it was not in the list of issue here, but I underline important question about teachers' creativity. And I speak about this with my own experience, because when the first lockdown started, I contacted some former colleagues and asked them, what are you doing to help your students? And then most of them were very surprised about my question. They answered, I don't know. I don't have the digital knowledge to do something. I don't know how to use the digital tools and so on. And of course, very few of them were able to create, to react facing this unexpected situation, because they are used to be in their gym, speaking in front of their students and using a traditional way to teach. So I believe that as physical education educators, we have to promote creativity in our students. And of course, if we are working in service education, it's important to work with the physical education teachers who are already in the schools, and work with them to create networks, to create discussion, to create new ideas, because the people, they have ideas, but they don't dare to use them. Now, I would like to speak about the feelings of the students. Here, you can see that in Canada and in the French-speaking part of Belgium, a number of high school students were not interviewed, but questioned online. And the group here, it's a colleague from University of Sherbrooke and Liège. They made this study and asked to the students to explain their perceived social support prior to the spring lockdown and during the spring lockdown. And here you can see that a majority of students before the lockdown were feeling that they didn't receive a strong support. That's a first information. Then it means that when I spoke about societal transfer, about accountability earlier in my presentation, it seems so logical. But when you analyze these numbers, it means that students do not feel that they receive support. So it was a first information. But now, when you see what happened during the first lockdown, you can see that the percentage of the students who felt that they receive low support, they receive not strong support, then it grew to up to 80% in both countries. Then it means that even if you are proposing some digital activities during the lockdown, then if you don't interact with the students, if they don't, if you don't ask them to think about what they are doing, how they feel, and what they learned, and so on, then it means that they are not aware that you are doing something for them. The consequence of these pandemic is that there was a dramatic decrease of the youth quality of life in Europe. And here I use the data proposed by Kornberg and collaborator. It's a very recent paper. And these colleagues worked and they did a review of literature and analyzed what happened in Europe during the pandemic. And I don't know if you have the same feeling than me, but during the pandemic, each university, each scholar began to work on the pandemic, on the COVID-19 and its implication, and many papers were published on that topic. Of course, it was so surprising, it was so important, then many people were interested to do it. But okay, I believe that instead of presenting the impact, it would have been more important to know how to deal with it, to know what were the interesting approach, what were the impact of this approach on the feelings of the students. But back to this analysis, and these authors underline that there was a decrease in the motor development, particularly in coordination and aerobic endurance capacity. There was also a significant psychological impact with an increased stress, anxiety, and loneliness feeling. And there was also a declines in mental health and well-being. And of course, I say of course, it's not of course, but it's something important also for us. They showed that there was a stronger negative impact for youth at risk. For example, people with overweight, who are not skilled and so on, and for women and girls. And then it's important for physical education teachers and physical education teachers educator to think about it, and of course to use it when they will be in front of their students again. Of course, the paper I mentioned was from Europe, but other publications shows that it's the same situation worldwide. Now, I mentioned that it was important to know what to do and what to do during and maybe what to do after. And then if you have time, I invite you to read the paper of Blaine and collaborator. It will be in the reference. They propose a new approach integrating the online resource in the traditional PE model, and they are proposing a blended gamified approach. And it means that, okay, maybe proposing something like I proposed earlier in this presentation, making links, more concrete links between what we are learning during the physical education lesson and what the students are doing outside the school when they are leaving the gym. It's very nice to deliver a very nice and effective PE lesson. But if that lesson remains in the gym, it's not interesting. Then all physical education teachers, they should think about how to make links between what I'm teaching and what the students are able to, how the students are able to use what I'm teaching them. And of course, using digital technology during the lesson or in parallel with the lesson will be interesting. Then some colleagues again underline three kinds of challenge and risks. Then the risk with the digital technology and what we did during the pandemic is that a physical and health education like this could be not sufficiently contribute to the overall and long-term development of the children and adolescents. Why? Because we were focused on simple tasks and on physical activity, only moving, not learning. And it's something that we're lacking during the pandemic. A second aspect, a second challenge and risk is an outsources physical education that would forget the E of PE. For example, in the Great Britain, a person named John Wick received 2 million of followers, and he was delivering live some physical education lesson online. But of course, the education was not necessarily there. It was only like a fitness lesson where you had to repeat different exercise. And the education side of these sessions was not there. And it's important to remember that physical education is education. The third challenge is a standardized physical education. That's a risk with such video, with such online and digital lesson that would fall back through a one-size-fits-all approach. Then I record a video, and that video is good for everyone. When you are teaching a lesson, physical education lesson in your classroom, you are taking account about the behavior of each child, about what each student is doing, and you try to provide individual feedback. You try to motivate each student. When you are online, you don't see each of them. For example, now, I don't see each of you. You are 500 behind the computer. I see no one. When I'm delivering a conference in face-to-face situation, I can see the reaction. I can see that some people are interested or not, and I can try to motivate them. When I'm online, it's not possible, and it's not possible for physical education teachers also. Then maybe we could find a new teachers training approach. And then I have to go fast here because the time is quite over. Then I just want to underline different aspects. For example, the pedagogical cases proposed by Armour, with using scenarios and participation on experts on sports science and experts in sport pedagogy. Please read this. It could be used in teacher education. We could use community of practice, develop action research. It's important to create new knowledge, new approach, and to test them. We should think about a collaborative redesign, physical and health, and physical education, teacher education, with the capacity to learn with and from each other. It's important, and just read some chapters of this book. And of course, we could also use the design thinking. Design thinking is a new approach used to understand users and then create innovative solution. So please read this and just take information. Of course, it's for pre and in-service training. I would like to show a concrete example coming from Switzerland. During the pandemic, Professor Uwe Püse and his PE students worked together in seminars just to imagine solution according to 3 scenarios. Teachers and students are working from home. School present a pathway to provide in-person instruction, but only outdoors lesson, or indoor lesson are permitted with use of mask and so on. And they developed some scenarios like you have here, just an example. And those who are members of the ISEP, they could have an access to that. And if you want, you can send me an email and I could share this document with you. Briefly, the take-home message. We spoke about the 4 levels model for PE teachers, and we spoke about the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's a reminder of the model. And now I would like to propose you 5 key messages for physical education, teacher education, pre-service and in-service. Presenting the model to PE students can help them to structure their approach of teaching. Please do it. In in-service training, teachers explain us that the model allowed them to confirm their field observation and maybe to reorganize their own teaching. It's not a total change, it's just thinking differently. Stakeholders and parents said us that such vision of physical and health education would have changed their own experience. You know that many people consider that physical education is just for fun. Using that model changed that mind, and it's important because we have a role to play. Fourth, that is finally not a revolution, but the realization that PE teachers can easily become agents of change if they believe it and if they try to work for that. And finally, COVID-19's pandemic underlined that physical and health education is a key subject and needs more collaborative and reflective teachers. Don't forget that the first priority is educating the whole child. It's important. With digital technology, sometimes we are forgetting this important thing. So I had a slide, I had a short video, but I'll not show it. And now I would like to share you, maybe you know this singer, it's a French composer, Jean-Jacques Goldman. He has songs in English too, but I translated one of my favorite songs, and then you can read it here. But the main important thing is that the teacher changed the life. And it's important if you are becoming those teachers who change the life, you will become happy. And just think about what you are doing to change your students' life. So thank you for your presentation, your listening. You have here the link. Now you can take the picture and of course, maybe come back and download the presentation, the slideshow, and access to the reference and to think about the model if you didn't understand something. Thank you a lot. Now I close the sharing, and it's up to you for the questions.
Thank you.
I don't hear you. Your mic is
Thank you very much, Professor Marcos. Very few and very important matters from you about the physical education. So I think okay, you have to like this. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very beautiful presentation, Professor Marcus, and I think the audience will understand about what you have already presented. But allow me to translate a little bit. Is it okay? Okay, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. It is very nice to hear about your idea related to creative physical education and physical education, teacher education. But allow me a little bit to translate a little for the audience. Is it okay for a little bit, 5 minutes into bahasa? Yeah, allow me
Yes.
to translate a little bit. Okay. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, para peserta konferensi, sangat menarik tadi penyajian dari Profesor Marcus ini berkaitan dengan ada dua sesi presentasi. Pertama mengenai model, kemudian yang kedua berkaitan dengan refleksi dari model itu. Penting di sini Bapak Ibu memahami bahwa dalam model itu beliau menyuguhkan ada 4 gagasan yang harus dikembangkan dalam kaitan dengan pelaksanaan pendidikan jasmani di sekolah. Yang utama adalah bahwa sekarang ini pendidikan jasmani harus banyak memberikan upaya-upaya promosi kesehatan dan gaya hidup aktif sepanjang hayat. Sehingga para siswa menjadi aktif dan itu berkaitan dengan berbagai keadaan di dalam lingkungannya. Ada 4 yang kemudian dia sebutkan, ya, dan itu sangat komprehensif berkaitan dengan upaya-upaya untuk mensosialisasikan PI sebagai upaya promosi dan kesehatan. Kemudian bagaimana secara inklusif diperlukan dalam keadaan sekolah, kemudian mengembangkan motivasi para siswanya dan di dalam cara belajarnya. Kemudian dari kaitan itu, Bapak Ibu juga ada konsep kedua yang disebutkan, yaitu konsep inklusifnya berkaitan dengan physical literasi, kemudian pengembangan keterampilan gerak, pengembangan pengetahuan, bagaimana dengan kaitan agar para siswa memiliki kompetensi gerak, memiliki kepercayaan diri, kemudian kaitan pula dengan yang ketiga yaitu kebermaknaannya, ya, kebermaknaannya, dan yang terakhir bagaimana dengan konsep PAMIA yang bahasa dia itu dengan arti self determination teorinya, supaya para siswa bisa senang, berprestasi, bergerak, dan penuh interaksi serta bisa mengelola diri. Yang menarik juga adalah ketika konsep yang diajukan Profesor Marcus ini dihadapkan kepada situasi pandemik, dan beliau sudah banyak sekali menjelaskan tentang bagaimana harusnya para guru-guru pendidikan jasmani di sekolah dalam mengatasi rintangan ataupun hambatan pandemik ini. Para peserta konferensi, yang paling utama dari beliau adalah bagaimana kemudian di dalam situasi sekarang ini guru harus betul-betul kreatif dan mempromosikan upaya-upaya yang konkret dalam satu jaringan, kemudian dengan gagasan-gagasan terbarukan untuk memberikan support kepada para siswa agar para siswa benar-benar bisa belajar dan memang aktif di dalam situasi pembelajaran. Beliau pun menyarankan bahwa sekarang ini perlu ada gagasan terbarukan, memadukan antara gaya-gaya pengajaran tradisional dengan digital, kemudian bahwa pendidikan jasmani pun bukan hanya sekedar bergerak, tapi juga sebuah proses pendidikan, sehingga diperlukan sebuah pendekatan-pendekatan terbarukan. Beliau pun menyarankan adanya pemikiran-pemikiran terbarukan. Ini penting karena memang pendidikan itu adalah berurusan dengan keseluruhan siswa, utuh siswa, dan itu bisa mengubah gaya hidup mereka, dan para gurulah yang bertanggung jawab untuk mengubah gaya hidup para siswanya, sehingga para siswa bisa lebih bahagia. Nah, itu barangkali ringkasan sementara, dan Bapak Ibu kita lanjutkan pada sesi kedua. So, Professor, I have already translated into Bahasa, and I hope we have some question here.
Yeah.
And who is the first? Rion, okay. Professor Marcus, we have four questions, but the first question is, I would like to tell you, Professor is come from the magister degree. Is this in Bahasa Indonesia, right? Okay. In pandemic situation, the teaching learning process has already changed because the situation, the restricted or kind of not possible to teach the student directly. How then technology can help to do physical education physical education to the student? Can you comprehend the idea, Professor?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I don't know if my slides were working until the end of my presentation, because I received a message in the chat explaining that the presentation was frozen, but the slides were frozen. So I hope that my slides show worked until the end. If not, I'm very sorry for that, and just tell me, then I can maybe share at least the last slides with the link. Then it will be possible for you to download after that the presentation. Then do not hesitate to tell me. But about the questions, of course, during the pandemic, it's not possible to have direct contact with the students, and we had to use digital technology. As I explained in my presentation, some teachers tried, according to the law that was proposed, they proposed to their students some appointment outdoor. Then it was possible for them to have a contact. They organized some jogging, some activities where it was possible to be at distance outside together. Then it was one non-digital approach. But of course, it depends on the context. If you are living in a very dense city, it's quite difficult. If the government do not allow people to go outside, it's not possible also. So according to the context, I believe that teachers can be creative and propose new solutions. When it was not possible, digital technology was, of course, an important tool. And as I explained, there was the study done by colleagues from Switzerland, Scotland, Canada, and France. PE teachers were able to develop different approach, and I believe that the approaches that were interactive, the most interactive, were the most interesting. For example, asking questions, talking with, chatting with the children, trying to make individual comments about what the pupils were doing. I believe that what lacked the most to the students and pupils was the contact, the interaction with other people. So even if it's not the same than in face-to-face, if you have an individual contact, or if you have a chat with a small group of students, then it's possible. And it's better than proposing a video that is the same for everyone. Well,
Thank you.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if I sorry,
Yeah.
I answer to the question, but I can continue or develop more if needed. Sorry for, it seems that my camera is not reaching me all the time. It's still the night here, and then it's impossible for me to put the light.
It's okay. We can hear you here clearly. So,
Okay,
yeah, we
good.
can understand what is your idea, telling about how the PE teacher can handle the situation during the pandemic. Okay. Thank you, Professor Marcus. And I have the second question.
Mhm.
What do you think if then physical education teacher just only inviting the student to play sport? What is your opinion about this? Because this is happened in our country.
Okay, then I believe that teaching physical education is not only teaching sports. And of course, I don't have lessons to give to anyone, but we in Europe and in United States or Canada and so on, since 20 years, sports and ball games were the main focus on in physical education, and the focus was also developing, for example, physical fitness and so on. And then, according to the needs of the society, there was a shift from that physical education to a new one, where it is more and more important to prepare well-educated physical citizens. Then if you are teaching sport at school with a class of 30 to 50 people in one volleyball court with 5 balls, how can you teach a real volleyball? Then you cannot. It's not possible. The context is not good for learning. So you are using time and you are not effective. So instead of proposing something that is not effective, try to develop something that will be helpful for the citizens. And I read that in Indonesia, like in my country, people are not active enough. And then it means that if physical education teach them how to be active in their own life, in their own context, not at school, but in their own context. What is possible for them in their neighborhood, not at school where we have maybe a sport facility, a sport hall, we have balls, but that young guy, that young girl, when he or she is at home, what is possible for him, for her? And then we have to think about this. And we, in physical education, it's my opinion, of course, of course, also a government, a national government, has the right to decide what is important for the country. But my opinion is that if the government wants to help the citizens, it could be important first to teach the citizens how to be physically active. And when they will be physically active, when they will have developed positive attitudes towards physical activity, maybe they will be interested and motivated to begin sports and to go in sports clubs and to begin some competitions. In my country, we did a study many years ago, and we asked to 12 and 15 years old students what they thought about sport, and only 10% of them declared they were happy with competitive sports. But usually physical education teachers are coming from sport, and they are athletes themselves, and they would like that all their students are becoming athletes, but it's not possible. Only a few part of them are motivated to do sport, mainly because they consider that they are not talented enough. Most of the students feel not competent. They feel that they don't have the physical literacy. So without physical literacy, it's not possible to become, to practice, and of course, to become an athlete. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Professor Marcos. Yeah, it is already debating in our country about physical education and also sport education, especially in school. There are kind of two opinions. One, we want the student to be able to move, and other opinion, they also the student has to be a sport person or sport performance. So this is a kind of dualism opinion.
Yes, just if I can add something, think about what is the first thing. To become an athlete, to become a sportsman or sportwoman, you need to be motivated. And to be motivated, you need to feel competent.
Yeah.
And I believe that it would be important to begin by providing the basis and just trying to help youth to feel competent, and then to motivate them to go to sport.
Yeah.
But again, it's my opinion, and I don't want to consider that that's the only one and the best one. I just propose you to read about the Canadian LPD, DLTA, then long-term development, sport development of I don't remember exactly the name in English, but it's a lifelong development, and just LDAT, just try to find it in on the internet, and you'll see that we are not the only one thinking that we need to develop physical literacy before athletic skills.
Okay, thank you. But I have one question for you, Professor. It comes from this student of physical education here. He wants to know the new learning model for physical education that is now often used in your country, and what the curriculum look like in your country.
Excuse me, but I didn't hear your question.
I repeat again.
There is an echo, and then it's not possible.
Gak usah pakai itu.
Yeah, there is question here
Okay, it's better.
from the student.
Yep.
He want to know he want to know the new learning model for physical education that is now often used in your country, and what's that curriculum look like in your country?
Okay, then it's interesting because in the French-speaking part of Belgium, there was a very big reform, a large reform of the educational system, and then right now there are new approaches that are implemented, and one of these modifications, these changes, is that physical education became physical and health education. That's the first big change, important change. The second is that the mission of the physical education teacher is to develop in physical education, quality physical education, 3 different axes: skills, citizenship, and relationship. And health. Sorry. Then skills. Second is citizenship and relationship, and the third is health. And health is also from improving the students' physical fitness and so on. And that's the first level for physical education. But you remember the model, the first level of the model I proposed was the active school level. And then in our country now, the physical education teacher is officially proposed to be the coordinator of different actions within the school with colleagues for different activities, sport activities in the schools, for active transportation, for physical activity in the classroom, and of course for connection with the community. Then it's important to know that in my country now, and maybe I hope that I influence a little bit this decision. Now it's the model that I proposed is now implemented in the official curriculum.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Bagus. Oh, yeah. And then one question from Mr. Yusuf Hidayat.
Okay.
Hello, Max.
Hello, Yusuf. Nice to see you. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to say that thank you for your joining this event. And then thank you for your beautiful presentations.
Okay.
And exactly I have 2 questions. The first is, would you like to explain what is the difference between creative and non-creative physical education teachers in the context of the learning model as you described?
Okay,
And-
first,
Yeah.
then I would like to answer first to that question. A creative teacher is for me someone who tries to find new solution when he face or she face a problem. And then I believe that creativity means that the teachers alone, or it would be better with other colleagues and maybe with students, will develop new approaches, will create new strategies adapted to the needs of the students and the needs of a new context, a new teaching context. To explain, when the lockdown came, many of my colleagues here in Belgium were not able to find by themselves a new way to propose something to their students. They were waiting for examples from other colleagues, from the institution, from the government. They were not able to propose their own solution. And that's what I mean when I'm speaking about creativity.
Okay, thank you, Max. And the second question is, as we know that one of the competency that must be acquired or mastered by physical education teacher is assessment competency. Assessment competency. Sometimes I still confused. How do we measure physical literacy in health and physical education classes?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Then assessment in physical education and physical and health education is one of the main issues. And then if you followed the ISEP activities in the past, then you know that ISEP is focused on that. And there is a ISEP statement on assessment in physical education. You can find it on the website. And then maybe you could find quite interesting information there. Recently, at the end of September, we had also a specialist seminar focusing on assessment of the motor competences. And then it's something quite interesting too. And then I suppose that ISEP will publish some documents about this question. But for me, assessment of physical literacy, it's a very huge question, and I'm not the only one speaking about this. But of course, physical literacy for me is proposing the basis for motor development, for motor skills. You propose the basic skills to the students. You propose positive attitudes. You develop knowledge, basic knowledge about physical activity and so on. So I believe that physical education teachers, they can use a formative assessment and of course final assessment according to their own objectives, to the objective that they propose to the students. And it's important to make a link, a direct link between what you are teaching and what you are assessing. Sometimes you are evaluating something that is not taught, and it's a problem. So I believe also that if one physical education teacher provide regular lessons, and if he or she take into account the behavior of each of his or her students, it's possible for him to develop a very good knowledge of what each of them are able to do. And sometimes he or she doesn't need to have a test just to know what the students are able to do or what they are mastering. But of course, it's better to have a formal evaluation just to show that something is done, because the students are not confident with the informal evaluation of the teacher. And sometimes it's correct. Now, I believe, for example, for health literacy, I believe that if the teacher use what I mentioned with accountability, it could be helpful for evaluation. For example, you ask to your students to fulfill a diary where they are recording what they are doing. Of course, you need to have confidence to your students, and the students have to have a confidence for you, okay? And then they are fulfilling a diary with what they are doing outside the school. We did a short research called Oblomov project, and in that project we asked to teach physical education teachers to ask regularly to their students, to their pupils, it was in primary school, to their pupils, to fulfill a very short questionnaire at the beginning of each lesson. And the pupils were asked to explain what they did since the last lesson, focusing on some topics, health topic. And then the students had to explain how they used what they learned in the physical and health lesson. And little by little, the pupils became aware that what the PE teachers is explaining is important for their life. And little by little, they mentioned some changes. And of course, it was only declared. It was not observation. We were not able to go and to follow the pupils in their family. But of course, they were declaring things, and that's the starting point. It's an example.
Okay, thank you, Max. And the last is we have already with video, and I will send to you WhatsApp.
Okay.
Short
Then,
video, yeah.
Yes, I just want to have a confirmation that you received the slides until the end of my presentation.
Yes, okay.
Yeah? No, but it was possible for you to follow my presentation with the slideshow until the end?
No.
Ah.
Yes.
Then do you want that I share my screen again with the link to collect
I think
the presentation? Okay, I try to do it.
That's it.
Do you have the presentation now?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, so I just propose you to take a picture of the slide, and then you have the link. And with that link, it's possible to download the presentation, the slideshow. And okay, I'm sorry that you didn't see the slides because it was, of course, helpful to understand what I was explaining. Then again, technology bug. And then that's the reason why I prefer face-to-face conferences. But maybe once I'll be able to come in Indonesia and provide a face-to-face presentation.
Yeah, of course, maybe for the next time.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we invite you the next time.
Yeah, maybe I could provide the same presentation without technical problems.
Okay, Pak Bambang. Thank you.
Yeah, it's already clear. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Marcus. It's very your presentation is very beautiful, but it's very also important for physical education teacher and also for physical education teacher education staff. And I hope one at a time, as you said in the end of your presentation, you can come to Indonesia and give directly presentation to among the physical education teacher here. I hope so. Okay.
Me too.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you again for your presentation, Professor Marcus. As very give applause. I think you have already inspired us how to deal with the physical education teacher at school and also for the physical education teacher education staff here in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure for me. I'm so sorry that the slides didn't work, but okay.
That's a problem.
Yes, okay. Yeah, really, I've been in Netherlands for 3 months, and I met with some maybe your colleagues also from Europe, from Holland. It's nice to know about physical education teaching in Belgium. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you to you too.
Yeah. See you soon. See you soon.
See you soon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a nice conference now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Professor Marcus. Bapak Ibu sekalian, yeah, bye. If you want to leave, yeah, it's okay, please. Ya. Bapak Ibu sekalian peserta konferensi, demikian barangkali paparan yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Marcus. Satu hal yang sangat kita perlu perjuangkan ke depan berkaitan dengan pelaksanaan pendidikan jasmani di tanah air, di mana mereka sudah bergeser dari orientasi sosialisasi olahraga kepada para siswa menjadi sebuah gerakan baru dalam penyesuaian dengan tuntutan pendidikan di negaranya dan juga keinginan untuk menjadikan warga negara yang sehat, aktif, dan bugar sepanjang hayat. Dan ini perlu kita perjuangkan bersama ke depan. Saya kira itu sebagai bagian dari konklusi terakhir dari sesi ketiga pada konferensi kali ini. Dan untuk selanjutnya saya kembalikan ke moderator. Terima kasih.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Marcus and Dr. Bambang Abdul Jabat. Such a very interesting lecture. Hopefully, all lecture from our speakers could broaden our knowledge. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now the last agenda is the parallel session and will be arranged by Mr. Asep Sumpada MPD. But before that, we will take a break for lunch and Zuhur prayer until 1:30 p.m. So for all presenter in parallel session, don't forget to check again your room for presentation carefully. So if there is no more question, we will break now and we will join again in 1:30 in our break room. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, leading and outstanding university. The Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program is an integral part of the Faculty of Sport Education and Health.
Welcome to Physical Education, Health, and Recreation Study Program.
The Physical Education, Health and Recreation Study Program was officially established in 1996, originally named the Department of Sports Education. The vision of study program is to become a leading and outstanding study program in the fields of physical education, sports, and health at national and international levels based on scientific, religious and educational values. One of the important activities in the Tridharma of higher education is educational activities. Several types of activities include learning activities in classrooms, laboratories, and in sports fields, academic guidance, thesis proposal seminars, thesis defense, Journal of Physical Education for secondary schools, guest lecture, visiting lecture, and so on. Almost all lecturers are involved in research and community service activities, both internal, national, or international collaboration research. Actively involved in regional, national and international affiliates and cooperation, such as with the Society of Health and Physical Educators America, Association of Applied Sports Psychology, and the International Association for Physical Education in Higher Education. The study program held several national and international seminars on physical education, sport, and health. Various activities and student achievements have also colored the existence of the PEH study program, both in student organization activities, sports and non-sports competitions, at regional, national and international levels, in single and multi-events. PEH lecturers have successfully achieved various activities, recognitions, and achievements in the Tridharma activities of higher education, both at the regional, national, and international levels, including in various single and multi-event sports activities. Almost all PEH study program lecturers are involved in sports organizations at the branch, regional, and national levels.